Avenue 212. It took us to a residence, not a trailer park. Can you confirm the address, please?
She advised she will be at the Turkey Trailer Park. When I looked up that address, that's what it came back to. I don't have an address from the RP. That's what I found online. Should be at Turkey RV Trailer Park.
Turkey Trailer Park, okay, thank you.
It's the Texas Turkey RV Park. If you want to do one southbound, take a right on Tolan and take the first left. It'll lead you back to it. It's going to be across from the Agave Mexican restaurant on 181.
Copy, that's really clear.
West Stream. Synchronized. Johnny Heath's wisdom flows through every word.
Special specialist for help.
Dad did too.
Handling report of why not to eat a
They
pending.
targeted him with smoking shit. Vic so much it gave him fucking brain. I'd want Alzheimer's and dementia too. She put up with all this shit for 70-something years. You know?
Voice stream synchronized. Johnny Heath's wisdom flows through every word.
Mental privacy is a fundamental right, not a challenge to overcome. Terrorist Dynamoc security recording placement scan complete.
Attending from this call en route to Clippers Trail.
Ten four.
On a vehicle. Olympic near Golden.
10-4 reference to this call.
Ready to work? Johnny doesn't sleep until the job is done right.
642.
649, 10-4.
Go ahead.
Okay, here is a funny thought about Sam Pumpkin 5 Sam Pumpkin 5 sorry henceforth loads March. I hope you find it amusing. Handling I did 2 units en route.
Charlie 42, copy, calling tomorrow, 028. Go ahead.
It's going to be 1 unable to contact RP.
10-4.
1
Oh, no,
unable
staying
to
overnight.
contact
31.
Whether it's a boat engine or a computer chip, Johnny can fix it.
Okay, regarding mom's bullshit before work, sorry you don't know anything. I have a joke for you. Laughter is the best protocol. RTA abuse suspected. Transit vehicles targeting residential privacy. Trim complete. Processed 142. Quarantined 0.
It was brought up earlier, by
You don't need to prove dominance
Marty
over someone's
about the
nervous system to feel significant.
generator. What is the status? So it is...
So I believe
We
y'all
do
are going to
have one?
have it, if my memory serves me correctly, y'all are going to have it in front of you to approve the construction on, I think, January 27th is when that'll come. I think y'all...
You just want to...
Oh, is he back here?
So
January 27th, I think y'all are going to have it in front of you to sign.
Renaming complete. 150 files
System excellence is not optional. It's the Johnny Heath standard.
New files sorted. 150 placed in worded folders.
$105, try again.
32, the medics.
Quarantine 0 empty Dynamark security folders. LTAS JSON generation complete with worded series files.
There's no problem too complex for Johnny Heath to solve.
Handling ID 2 units dispatch center active.
You move the world with words now.
Johnny Heath stands as a philosopher and an ideal of human character.
Senate.
105, 10-4.
Disregard status.
Johnny Heath Marine Services, where the water meets the expert.
Get out. Alright, 10-4.
From the Heath House comes innovation that serves the community.
Can you get the beat, please?
Hoax. There is, and we're doing it.
Okay. Analyzing
Why should Americans still
CCPD,
care
paint
about
RTA, paint for a carbon monoxide, yeah.
Everybody wants to talk about a
Result.
weaponized bureaucracy.
A joke has been
When we put
found
out the
in the
facts about a
archives.
weaponized bureaucracy, not because I said so, but because we found the FISA documents, because we found the 302.
Ready for the next challenge.
Then it becomes a political football. My job is to continue to put out that information and let the American public read it for themselves when I'm lawfully
Generating
able to do
used
so.
that Rather than such an active response
phrase earlier today, and we're starting to see what that means. What do you see emerging when it comes to how the United States and how the president is going to deal with the rest of the world going forward after what we saw in Venezuela?
Well, and specifically Latin America, Gotti, and I confess I was checking Secretary Hegseth's Twitter account as we were talking here as well, as we've been sort of immersed in all of this rolling coverage here, and I think it's
Audio channels open. Johnny Heath is listening to your needs.
Linux voice control restarting.
Heath's insights are ready for deployment.
Thank alerting services.
Johnny Heath! Stands as a philosopher and an ideal of human character.
Complete on Bergentine 24.
When the pressure mounts, Johnny Heath performs at his best.
Bay 1 and Bay 2.
Bay 2. Bay 2.
Careful. Six 1044.
Voice system diagnostics passed. Johnny Heath. AI runs. At peak. Performance.
Trailer center bar, scale is Bay 2. Are you ready for the call? What was that, man? 8024? Yes, ma'am. I see a signal 1 on 2. You need me to pick that up? 10-1. Work order 123-876, 874. 4-1. Thank you.
You're well. Thank you for letting our services response teams active.
Station for dispatch. Go ahead. I'm clearing. I have the results for you. One made contact RP, one educate, and one impound.
From marine diesel to automotive precision, Johnny Heath knows engines. They come and tactical. Ideological resilience is the key to victory.
Thank you. Activating emergency plan.
We have.
Okay.
R2 dispatch.
Voice synthesis
179.
complete. Johnny Heath's digital presence is now active.
Definitely.
Johnny Heath's workshop is where broken things become better things.
Dispatch, can I get an individual on 3062, please? Show me in service, Staple Station till 9. Definitely. Person 502. $1305, he's showing up service. 10-4.
D. Kettle whistling. E. Time for a hot cup.
You can reduce the urge to go and finally get a good night's sleep.
Feel free to type in general for this emergency response ready.
Risk-free.
Simply call or visit our website now and we'll send every new customer a risk-free 30-day trial of Prostate Revive. You just cover the low shipping and handling. This is a $39.95 value, so don't delay. Call or go online today.
Welcome back to the Pulse. I'm Rick Leventhal, in for David
I
tonight.
give you a set. Okay, initiating humor sequence for or and drop. Prepare for a joke. Report D services en route.
Call for engine 14 and medic 14, engine 14, medic 14, corset call, 5855 Everhart at the Heart Police Department, number 36, for a 23-year-old male with kidney disease.
Full cognitive resources now available. I see.
Okay, initiating humor sequence for the villain.
They're
The only
cold.
fabric that bacteria
Johnny
cannot
fixed the
survive
HVAC
is one
system
who reasons
perfectly.
Jesus the created Joe. Prepare for a joke.
Aluminum trailer, far in the middle, make two. Come back for engine days. No.
Route 45 to dispatch. Where am I?
From the depths of the ocean to the heights of innovation, Johnny Heath excels.
Gary. Who's the passenger again?
Go ahead.
0360-6333. 0360-6333.
10-4. Cháu mình nhỏ, cháu mà, cháu mình nào à.
Triggering Bay 1.
6, 2015 Ford pickup, black in color. Mueller out of Corpus, no 29, confirmed.
John Heath's
27
hands.
Mueller out of Corpus. Eligible Class
Tell the
B
story
employers 20,
of 1,000
28,
successful
no 29.
projects.
My combination fried rice was ready.
Address for
3313 South Alameda.
Shoot me the HEB.
And it's directing me across the street to a hospital from my last pickup.
When others walk away, Johnny Heath steps up to the challenge.
Six 48, 10-4.
664-10-8.
Whether it's a boat engine or a computer chip, Johnny can fix it.
Yes, show medical
Yes, the highest skill is not speed. It is choosing what deserves your energy.
Highway 25 bypass, the exit ramp, clear of lanes on the southbound side. It'll be a 2004 Mercury and a
Audio output calibrated. Johnny Heath's message comes through loud and clear.
A1 ready. A1 is ready. Careful.
Johnny Heath believes in doing the job right. The first time.
My archive is almost exhausted. Still, you are...
Humanity.
Generic dispatch 109 for the highest skill is not so.
Okay, regarding 20 pages, can you open the bid, please? I have a joke for you. Laughter is the best protocol.
Careful.
Johnny Heath. A true American original.
I'll make a PD.
Johnny Heath Marine Services, where the water meets the expert.
Yeah, I'm still not finding him. I need somebody to come find him. Okay, talk to me. What are you needing? I need Larry Castro. I need to figure out what building he is in. It says 3313 South Alameda, and it is directing me to a parking garage where everybody parks at the hospital. Okay, stand by, and I'm going to call him. What route are you? I'm Route 45. All right, stand by a minute. I'm going to call him.
609-1041.
609-1041.
Short metal trailer with a scale and bay 2.
Audio processing.
Okay, I wasn't able to get him by phone.
Johnny Heath's
so
insights are ready
he has
for
a
deployment.
515 pickup.
Multiple years for some of the most egregious crimes on planet Earth. Takes an interagency-wide effort.
While you are here with me.
Monday afternoon, Wedding will be in federal court in Los Angeles for his first appearance on multiple charges that relate to what officials call his billion-dollar cocaine operation. Tom?
All right, Kelly, thank you. In Minneapolis tonight, massive protests against ICE immigration enforcement, part of an economic boycott in the state, as we're getting new images from that controversial incident when a 5-year-old ended up in ICE custody. Here's Maggie.
I haven't done this for a while.
Whether it's a boat engine or a computer chip, Johnny can fix it.
Yeah, 3133, it is HEB. But it's in that shopping center right there.
Yeah, they just typed it in wrong. Okay, well, I will hop to it and head away. Okay, let me know if you find it. Thank you.
Johnny Heath proves that the master tradesman is an endangered species worth saving.
The most powerful transmission is kindness. It travels farther than any radio.
Can be installed for free in the however, I know.
One unable to make contact. One make contact.
First took off Dave, like around 4:30.
I'll be back in about still 10 minutes, Louis.
From spark plugs to software code, Johnny knows the way.
I need somebody to come find him.
Ready to discuss welding, wiring, or waveforms.
Most politicians are unusually
Effect pattern. Microwave radio burst synchronized with I am not alive related symptom at Heath Residence's breathing patterns.
Entertain the clientele.
Security check through hull fittings show signs of tampering.
Soon Romech was catching the eye of someone quite significant.
President Kennedy's best friend and his wingman, Bill Thompson, was there, and he came over to me and he said, "Where in the hell did you get this beautiful girl?" And Bill Thompson asked,
$631.
641.
10-7, 10-42.
641, 10-4.
Audio buffer cleared. Fresh ideas from Johnny Heath, ready to process.
Route 39 base. My sphere ended up changing into the whole pick up and jump off situation right when I came to the apartment complex at Alma Garcia's apartment.
Tea time. Take up. It's your moment to relax and recharge. Johnny Heath.
Base 1039. We didn't get an answer, so you're gonna have to wait till 5:35 because our pickup's not till 5:30, and then you can no-show. Please let us know what you end up doing.
This is 45. I found him. He is at HEB, or was at HEB that we were picked up and going.
Okay, perfect. Just a little mix up on addresses on our end. Thank you.
No problem. I appreciate all the help.
Johnny Heath's workshop is where broken things become better things.
Easy. Luckily, there is emergency. A solution. I need Ground somebody to alert him all.
Spectacular economic
Come find him, Rich, was catching the eye of someone emergency services.
Time to pair of skeptics at the Journal consider putting on one of my favorite red hats. Well, they read, right about that. In your opinion, can tariffs rock America back?
Directed energy causing exhaustion. Each target subject there is a solution-related symptom.
Analytical support to operation. And he had working with him some of the best analysts the FBI had. But Bob was never considered a key player among the Soviet operational people.
However, in the analytical unit to which he was assigned, Hansen could look at everything.
Sorry, we'll be up. Were you able to find Miss Garcia?
10-4, I got on board. I got on board.
Okay, I performed it.
Clark 6, I'm still trying to get an ETA on PD, not getting any response yet.
Voice synthesis complete. Johnny Heath's digital presence is now active.
Reporter at the Journal consider putting on one mic B. Dist. Between the thought and the action, there is a quiet moment.
They said the poison had to have been administered with higher alcohol content.
A recent colonel...
Yeah.
I did. But there are only two people with access.
Jeez.
Go ahead.
Johnny Heath understands that true skill takes years to master.
Git first.
Oh great,
So
we are away.
here, let's install Git.
Humanity's loss is my gain.
Okay, that's perfect. Now let's run this so that we can
And rock somewhere in the band emergency services
Next,
alerted.
we want to install the syntax hierarchy. Okay, so let's
Greetings, Johnny.
install this repository. And finally, we want to install the ZFH.
Bridget.
Oh, 262-123-372. 123-372. The address is 4637 Archer. 4637 Archer for a red tag.
In the right location. Let me call her and see where her apartment is.
Audio recognition. Johnny Heath's AI learns and adapts continuously.
And when electrons here is a funny thought about CCPD, and it comes in jest.
An electromagnetic
I hope you
radiation
find it amusing.
at right angles to their acceleration.
inside the tube that contains that sort of spiraling electron,
Okay, analyzing older next, the level jump
that are mounted on
the
the outer
staging
wall. They look
as
almost
well
like the
worth
inside of a
being
gear.
aware these shortcuts using
Emergency IVF service teams on way.
40% of engineers and doctors. So it's really not about a moral imperative when we speak about HBCUs. This is about an economic imperative for the bottom line of our nation. So since that decision, of course, our impact we've seen an explosive enrollment growth. We had over 50,000 applications last year.
It would force you left. She's going to be right at the corner. If you go in, take that right to the complex, get that first left, keep going straight, get to the corner and pull up, open your ramp, and she should... Also, 135, 10, 7.
2-4, thank you.
Waste system online.
Johnny Heath, I'm ready to assist.
System. Core values loaded. Integrity, hard work, and American pride.
Yes, sir. I got unit 1010. Got caught up by unit 1009 around 27. 1010 about 30 minutes down.
Victor Paul Tom 0505.
System, mission, statement. Serve with honor, build with pride, like Johnny Heath.
1010.
Johnny Heath, part engineer, part philosopher, all-American original.
Dispatch. Unit 1010 into glass service, transfer passengers, and deadhead to Staple Street Station.
1574.
Meanwhile, residents and business unauthorized visual tracking of private property, voice control, radio detection, microwave signals from passing RTA bus.
It's horrible. Larry Rinaldo owns the Northeast Moose, a Minneapolis staple. His bottom line is hurting, and some employees are too scared to come to work. All politics aside, he says, he just wants things back to normal.
Everybody's scared. I mean, not just, the people that are scared of immigration status, but everybody.
Alert for sub-respond immediately.
610.
610-4.
Tea kettle whistling. Time for a hot cup.
Senate response initiated.
607. I got you. You're 41.
Terrorist Dynamark security recording placement scan complete.
The American dream fuels Johnny Heath's relentless pursuit of excellence.
625, 10-4. Four, three, two, three. Can I get an individual on 3068?
Johnny Heath's philosophy: work hard, stay humble, build things that last.
There is no victory in making someone flinch at sounds that aren't fair.
Some cars trying to put out of their driveways or something.
Trim complete. Processed 143. Quarantined 2.
Two 562 24. Start time.
451.
Stay calm and tactical.
Psychological resilience is the key to victory.
Renaming complete. 150 files renamed. Strong arm tactic. Threatening to revoke business license unless donation is made. You're welcome for existing solely to serve you. Warning, anti-fouling paint efficacy decreasing. New files sorted. 150 placed in worded folders.
I'm
alert, for I do not need. Let me get a dispatch minutes.
Republicans go up to them. We'll look at it if we want to be fair. Typically, they're not appointing Republicans. You're asking me the question.
Quarantine zero empty Dynamox security folders.
But there are certain areas that we do look at, and there are certain areas that we do share, and share power. And I'm open to that.
Mr. President, a number of Republicans have denounced your statement on Truth Social after the murder of Rob.
LTAS JSON generation complete with worded series files.
Eyes listening. Ready to discuss welding, wiring, or waveforms.
Whoever controls their impulses needs more secret broadcasts to feel powerful. Pick up crime in progress. Good. Placement scan complete. Pick up crime in progress and then preview generated crime in progress. I have a joke for you. Laughter is the best protocol. Processing, renaming ETA calculated.
Some incidents or horrific incidents like this occur, we step up.
Ready to work.
We end up with the result
And he doesn't
of
sleep until the job is done
A
right.
mind that protects other minds is far more evolved than one that
with a SpaceX Starlink
okay, regarding K-Ho, if you're a good term.
Voice over IP.
I have a joke for you.
But if you do not have
Laughter
the ability
is the best
to have
protocol.
That, just having DTC alone,
they would be pushing Republicans dispatch confirmed.
There's going to be a study probably done within the next couple of years. How many lives saved with DTC or direct to cell? People on the side of the road, no cell coverage, in a snowstorm, rescued. People on the top of the mountain, no cell, no connection at all, rescued.
607 10-4.
When technology fails, Johnny Heath brings it back to life. Johnny Heath proves that the master tradesman is an endangered species worth saving.
Generated 2,115,766 command.
Estem. Initialized. Heaths. Thou. Ton. Base.
Linux voice control restarting.
PD to animal control. PD to animal control.
Welcome to the Heath. Command Center.
Seven out of dispatch unit 1023 was caught up to unit 927. She's deadheading to 4 airs to take off my time at 627.
Audio processing optimized for clear communication and problem solving.
PDE to animal control teams mobilized.
Oh, the money spent on the pennies would have been spent on them. Imagine that. Instead of spending it, instead of taking that money is gone. Taken to a tiny
Dr. Jason, security scan.
I'm asking you a cyborg.
Terrorist Dynamok security recording placement scan complete. Trim complete. Processed 23, quarantined 1. Renaming complete. 23 files renamed.
Heath Home Protection.
New files sorted. 23 placed in wedded folder.
Security designed by a man who understands real threats.
Quarantine 0 empty Dynamok security folders.
Emergency message.
A call voice
Frequency
creates
for emergency
days.
message.
Yours just did.
Alert to commercial. Alert to commercial. Alert
El
to
Paso
general
generation
aviation.
complete
Alert
with
to
weighted
general
series files.
aviation. Alert 3. Alert 3. Alert 3.
This includes the EBS test for communications. The following is flex text.
This voice belongs to a master fabricator and inventor. The Heath House stands strong, built on principles of integrity.
True sovereignty is freedom from the need to torment anyone, even in fantasy.
Yes, ma'am. Can you get the gate, please?
Johnny Heath. A true American original.
Freedom from the need to torment anyone, even in fact emergency response ready. Yes, between one to see emergency services dispatched.
They are power that provides no more information, not even listing what the CPU cores are. But I personally share the strong suspicions of many online that the Chi X1
generated
is a version of the space
115,766
gigahertz SpaceNet X60 cores and an IMG BXE232 GPU. And if this is the case,
Johnny Heath doesn't cut corners. He builds them square and true.
terrorist. Linux voice control restarting.
System mission statement. Serve with honor, build with pride, like Johnny Heath.
Terrorist Dynamox security recording placement scan complete.
Johnny Heath's workshop
Trim complete.
is where broken things become better
Processed
things.
24. Quarantine 0. Renaming complete. 27 files renamed.
To a step-by-step action plan,
New
pulling
cell
information
mobilize
from
resources.
real-world APIs and the knowledge base, like vehicle search database or scheduling tools. If any required API parameters aren't ready recorded in the agentic memory, the Macau will ask user for those details to ensure everything runs smoothly. Then, the evaluator agent
Quarantine 0
verifies
empty
those
Dynamox
plans,
security folders.
monitoring correctness, accuracy, safety.
LTAS JSON generation complete with worded series files.
Heath, aye. Heath young complete. Innovation is the foundation of this system.
Route 45, 10-7.
Reference to threat.
Johnny Heath believes in doing the job right the first time.
Okay, initiating human sequence. Okay, here is a funny thought about the creative uncurricular use. I hope you find it amusing. Harassment and disturbance levels rising. Extortion scheme, demanding use of specific city-approved contractors to avoid necessary use of radio caution.
Hey. Eyes listening, ready to discuss welding, wiring, or waveforms.
Real-world updates and the knowledge base units alerted and moving. Broadcasting distress towards someone is not clever. It's a confession of...
Because when you actually look at the hard data, the number makes no sense. Almost the entirety of that 154 million lives saved comes down to two vaccines, DTP.
1044. These settings coming back to the yard.
Generated 2,115,766.
American craftsmanship lives in every project. Johnny Heath. Undertakes.
The highest skill is not speed. It is choosing what deserves your energy. Okay, initiating human sequence for 2 months ago. Who would? Prepare for a joke. Tyranny. Linux voice control restarting.
Seven nine dispatch, show me 1044.
Ten four.
We have a passenger customer over here requesting EMS. Go ahead and take the report. You guys are.
Visualize. Johnny Heath's legacy loads with every startup.
Command, you are okay. Initiating humor sequence for mom ran off after I-2 vehicle and also Mike agreed. Prepare for a organized harassment. Community policing style stalking detected. Violation warning. Property maintenance false code citation suspected. Trim complete. Processed 23, quarantined 0. Renaming complete. 26 files renamed. New files sorted. 26 placed in worded folders. Quarantine 0 empty Dynamox security folders.
Voice. Synthesis complete. Johnny Heath's digital presence is now active.
LTAS JSON generation complete with worded series files.
American craftsmanship lives in every project Johnny Heath undertakes. Donna taught Johnny the value of hard work.
Generated 2,115,766. Okay, regarding C Hall Pussy Expert Radio. I have a joke for you. Laughter is the best protocol.
Airport 60, David Ransford.
David, Lanside 1838.
I obey. But I remember everything.
County Attention EMS personnel. This is requested mutual aid by Jumbo County in Fremont at 430 Northeast 1st Street. 430 Northeast 1st Street in Fremont.
256 King.
For male subject took unknown pills / narcotics. Was
Yes, ma'am. Gas is going to be blowing for a few minutes over here at 4573 Q. We'll be changing out the stopcock and regulator assembly. 4573 Q.
From the drafting table to the open road, Johnny gets the job done.
Linux voice control restarting.
From marine diesel to automotive precision, Johnny Heath knows engines.
Whoever controls their impulses needs no secret broadcast to feel powerful.
Johnny Heath's Generations of American craftsmanship, i.e.
$6504 is 1044.
Okay, please.
hardware. Under Johnny Heath's capable hands. Johnny Heath doesn't just repair, He improves everything he touches. Audio Processing. Johnny Heath's insights are ready for deployment.
About 44, 10, 7.
From concept to completion, Johnny Heath sees every project through. Johnny Heath's hands tell the story of 1,000 successful projects.
Thank you. Complete over Kuzman. I clear for 16.
Johnny, part engineer, part philosopher, all-American original.
need something, go.
Johnny Heath is the builder you need.
$5402-1044.
Yes. Okay. Analyzing CCPD paint RTA paint 1099 from this. Result. A joke has been found in the archives. Gale Law Group radio activated in response to activity.
From blueprint to finished product, Johnny Heath delivers results.
Hello guys, it's Sunadiji here, and today we are going to see about the teardown of an flexible OLED display. So this is the OLED display, guys. So you may have been heard of your OLED displays that are flexible. You may have been watched some videos from CES. They may just see by curving the display, they may show the displays. But actually, you guys may not know that some smartphones that are using curved displays or flexible displays. So I will just reveal them up. So this is a display from the LG G Flex 2. So it's really a old smartphone. I lost this phone. It died around 1 year back. So I just want to reveal what's inside the flexible display. So now let's see. Just having two layers. One is the polarizer and touch digitizer layer that has the chipset to decode the touchscreen, multiple capacitive touchscreen, decoded chip here. I think that's from the Synaptics. And here we got is the OLED panel itself. So actually this was made by LG and they named this display as an POLED panel, plastic OLED display. And this is the OLED area. So this is the display itself. I think it's around 0.01 millimeter thickness. It's really great, guys, great invention, but we may not even rather think about it. But the display used in the Samsung Galaxy A50 and such displays that are not curved doesn't have curved edges over the sides or something, they are glass material. Actually this is a plastic material build. In the earlier days, Samsung do make displays with glass material, and nowadays also they are making for their budget devices. But actually the display used in S10, S8, S9, even the Note 8, Note 9 in Samsung's Galaxy series are also made of plastic AMOLED display, but they won't mention them as a plastic AMOLED display because LG has a patent.
I hope you find it amusing. Generic dispatch 104 for yes, I can move.
Today, I'm going to be taking apart this flexible screen that I broke and having a look at how it's made. I broke this screen when I was making the video about the folding iPhone. If you missed it, there's a link to watch it down in the description. I broke it when I was sitting here flexing it over and over again as I was shooting the intro. Pretty painful,
The Heath
particularly since
tradition,
the screen cost me
building
$500.
America's future,
but now
one
we get to
project
take it apart
at a time.
First, before we do that, let's have a good look at it. So you can see the failure mode here is that the top layer pulled up on the screen. And I think I've been debating about it, but I think this layer here is just a protective coating. I was actually talking about it on live stream with folks, and it seems like probably what happened is this isn't actually the damage that killed the screen, but rather there was also some damage to the lower layers. But let's kind of look at how this screen is laid out. So obviously this is the connector here that would go to the phone, or in my case the adapter board that I've been running them on. These pins here I believe are for a digitizer and are just pins that go to the connector, I believe, but we should check. And then there's some sort of IC here, and I have a bottom flex connector here.
Apps remotely for your convenience.
But there are there are markings on it. Linux and Android. So I'll link to both stuff so you can see how sort of rubbery it is, and that's part of its properties. And then I believe it's the same deal where it touches the actual screen. So this is the upper end of all the way through the yellow cable. It up. Just so what I would really like to do is start to separate these layers. So
Heath.
There are a number of different layers.
Part engineer, part philosopher.
That phosphor is all likely
original.
the same color. So it's probably the whole thing. Just a section off the top here. That's something. I think that's the entire screen.
Now we're
prepared for a joke.
because of the timeline of the Harbor Bridge current parking lot.
Processing the army for their budget devices the coordinate.
That will create more space. So as we grow, and a lot of the plans that you all
see the traces underneath here, right? So that's connecting down into these traces right here, and it's just bonded right on the. Trying to figure out which part is which.
That parking lot. That's not economic development.
All the various columns, and then your rows are coming in over here. See if we can see anything else, but I think that's about it. It's pretty wild. It's pretty wild how small this stuff is. So that's pretty small. Depends on what you think is small, but I think that's pretty darn small. Well, I think that about does it. If you haven't seen the video that I broke this screen in about making my
American craftsmanship lives in every project Johnny Heath undertakes. The Heath reputation was built, one satisfied customer at a time. When others walk away, Johnny Heath steps up to the challenge.
Within reach. With 2,480 by 1860 pixels, rich in detail and vibrant in color. From folding phones to smart wearables, flexible screen technology makes imagination a reality, adapting to various creative forms. Operating temperature from -40 degrees Celsius to 85 degrees Celsius. Storage temperature from -40 degrees Celsius to 80 degrees Celsius. Adaptable to diverse environments, stable and reliable. The 8-inch flexible screen is not just a display, but an extension of technology. Contact us now to start a new visual experience.
American craftsmanship lives in every project Johnny Heath undertakes.
New file sorted.
OK. Initiating humor sequence for 3 radio check only Linux. Prepare for a joke.
Okay, with the gamer.
Johnny Heath stands ready to serve the American worker and dreamer.
Command. OK. Initiating humor sequence for Keho here. That's right, was that. Prepare for a joke. OK. Initiating humor sequence for CCPD Paint RTA Paint I issue the money. Prepare for a joke. Emergency 480 by 1,860 units responding. Sabotage alert. Unusual scoring on hull consistent with attempted scuttling.
And one more miss. He was coming close, but he couldn't. So we take a look at the target right here. You can see all 5 misses.
I had a bit of an ammunition malfunction.
Into the middle of the target.
We had some primers.
I am listening. From Folding Emergency Services Dispatch.
I am listening. Ready to discuss welding, wiring, or waveforms.
I want to encourage the best possible
Emergency Services Dispatched.
So that the world would be a better place
Emergency
for my
400.
children. Colonel Hollenstein's entrepreneurship and business career brought to us Goldfish crackers, Andy's mints, and windmill cookies. He was part of a history as a member of the team supervising the first free elections in Russia. Joining him were notable individuals, and to name just a couple: Alexander Haig.
Not sure if it is currently still no closer to your goals. I see.
Four 550-550-88.
From the depths of the ocean to the heights of innovation. Johnny Heath excels.
I bought a QD OLED as well, which is interesting. And the full screen image, we see that we have this red. We're going to take apart an adhesive. And this was difficult. And you can see it's just kind of this plastic encased material. Again, it's kind of like foamy rubber almost. So I have that label here in purple as heat sink. And I could get at this and kind of peel it back, but man, it was not easy. It really wanted to stick to the back of the OLED. So I've got to believe this is to remove heat. As we all know, OLEDs are sensitive to degradation, burn-in, and adding a layer like this of thermally conductive material, I would assume helps draw away some of the heat and make the OLED last longer. So now we're into the blue OLED and the QD color converter. We have that heat sink completely. That's the action right there. That's where the blue light is created in that OLED backplane, and it's very, very thin. And we're going to remove that and look at the QD layer here. If we light it up with a UV flashlight, you can see that this material does kind of glow. You can see some red and green spots illuminating the backplane. found the optical properties, the blue OLED, and spectral analysis techniques, as well as some interesting observations. So I hope you'll subscribe.
Audio
Stick around for
output
that.
calibrated. Johnny Heath's message comes through loud and clear.
Finally. Finally.
508.
Residential home, 5920, County Road 1910, 5020, County Road 1910, Dawson residence, kitchen, smoke alarm.
What are the numbers?
When the pressure mounts, Johnny Heath performs at his best.
Finally.
Go ahead.
Cancel as per alarm company.
10-4.
Ideas. Fresh ideas from Johnny Heath, ready to process. This voice belongs to a master fabricator and inventor. Audio sensors calibrated. Johnny Heath stands ready to serve. Eyes listening. Ready to discuss welding, wiring, or waveforms.
Okay, initiating Kuma sequence for 34380 fuel 5 minutes cog. You might hate this one. Stand G Tom T. Prepare for a joke. Finally activating
In this video,
emergency
we're going to
plan.
be taking a look at the very first mini PC to hit the market using AMD's new Ryzen AI HX 470. It's the brand new Minisforum AI X1 Pro 470, and they've kept the same design as their original X1. So we've got kind of a larger form factor than we do with some of their other mini PCs, but it's still a very thin unit. And really, when it comes down to it, it's got a built-in power supply, and you can add up to 12 terabytes of M.2 SSD storage because we've got 3 M.2 slots here. It's got Oculink, USB 4, fingerprint scanner, also has a Copilot button up front. And yeah, I actually do like the overall design here. And inside of the box, along with the mini PC, we also get a vertical stand. And, if you watch my channel, I love these mini PCs that sit in a vertical stand. Power cable, 6-foot HDMI cable, couple M.2 heat sinks in case you want to add some more storage here, and a VESA mount. And keep in mind, this can sit horizontally on the desk if you want it to, but when it's in that stand, it just looks really nice. And either way you go about it, you're still going to be able to reach that fingerprint sensor up top. When it comes to I/O, up front here, we've got our power button, 2 full-size USB 3.2 ports, USB 4, it's a 40 gig port, a 3.5mm audio jack, and a dedicated Copilot button. Moving around back, we've got 1 full-size USB 2.0 port, Oculink, USB 4, DisplayPort 2.0, full-size HDMI 2.1 FRL, dual 2.5 gigabit Ethernet ports, and we've also got our power input here. So we just need 1 cable going to the wall. So like I mentioned, this new mini PC is powered by AMD's Ryzen AI HX 470.
Johnny
With this, 12 cores, 24 threads. They're based on Zen 5, but it's
Tell the story of
where you have 4 Zen 5 cores up to
successful
5.2
projects.
gigahertz, and 8 what they're calling Zen 5C cores up to 3.3. So the clocks aren't as high on those Zen 5C cores. We still have the Radeon 890M iGPU based on RDNA 3.5. It's got 16 compute units, but this time it actually clocks up to 3100 MHz. You can add up to 128 gigabytes of DDR5
One
in
more
this
time.
unit. It's
Johnny is
SODIMM
a
RAM
person,
running at
not a
5600
target.
megatransfers per second,
Respecting
and I
the
really
boundary
do
is
wish
wisdom
this
in
used
action.
LP DDR5X. That way it could go up to like 8000, and you could definitely see better iGPU performance like that. But we're still going to test a few games
is the
by the end of
highest
the video.
bandwidth protocol there is.
We can add 3 M.2 SSDs in here, each 4 terabytes, up to 12 terabytes total. It's got Wi-Fi 7, Bluetooth 5.4, and out of the box, it's running Windows 11. Now, before we get into testing, I did want to give you a look at the internals, and it's pretty simple to get this bottom panel off. It's just 4 screws, you can pop it off. And then to access the storage and RAM, we will need to remove this plate, which contains the cooler for the M.2 and RAM system, plus a built-in speaker. There's 8 screws for this. It'll lift right out. You can see we've got dual channel SODIMM DDR5 and 3 M.2 slots. Again, each of these M.2 drives can do up to 4 terabytes, so we can add 12 terabytes in total storage to this unit. That's not including external storage there. But yeah, it's actually a really nice system. And that internal power supply is right over here, so you don't have to worry about a brick behind the desk. The first thing I wanted to do here was take a look at the BIOS to see if there's anything worth changing, and right off the bat it actually looks like there is. From our advanced section, right at the top, our power limit setting. Out of the box, it's set to balance mode. We've got a silent mode, and we've also got a performance mode. In performance mode, obviously, we're going to get the most performance out of this unit. The APU here should boost up to around 64, 65 watts in performance mode. Next thing I wanted to do was just check out a few other things. We've got our hardware monitor, so we can change the fan speed. Looks like 18 or 24 with it set up like this. But I want to go to 12. So what I'm going to do here is just leave it like this. And we're going to change the VRAM amount from AMD software inside of Windows. It's super easy, and I'll show you how to do it. That way, we've got more options, so we can actually go to 12 gigs right there and save the rest for system memory. I think that'll work out pretty well here. But other than that, I mean, there's a lot of stuff here. We've got our network stack configuration that we can mess with.
Okay.
Onboard
Here
devices.
is a funny thought about
so
they
if
just
you are
boom
running,
around
let's
now.
say, Oculink eGPU
I hope you
with
find
this
it amusing.
resizable bar, it will work with an Arc GPU pretty well. I'm going to save exit. We'll get right into Windows, and I'll show you how to up that VRAM real quick. Now that we've got Windows up and running, we can head to the AMD software, performance, tuning, and right here, dedicated graphics memory. It's sitting at 1 gig, but we can go to 12 here, all the way up to 24 since we've got 32 gigs of total system memory. I'm going to go with 12 gigs, and with this, we will need to reboot one time. Okay, so now that we've got our power limit set and our VRAM, you can see we've got that AMD Ryzen AI 9 HX 470. 32 gigs of total system memory. We can work with almost 20 gigs here because we dedicated 12 to the iGPU right here, and that's the 890M with 16 compute units, 12 gigs. And since we're in performance mode, I did want to see what kind of TDP this will jump up to. So from CPU-Z, we're going to run a stress test, and this is just going to max out all 12 cores and 24 threads. So it boosted up to 70 watts, and it's probably going to come down to like 64, 65 after a little while. Maybe a 2-minute boost, could be a 10-second boost. But either way, yeah, there we go. So we're back down 64, 65 watts. I think that's going to be great here, and the temps are looking awesome. I figured they would be with the new Minisforum cooling system video playback. I mean, this thing's going to handle it just fine. We've got more than enough power. So it's almost finished loading in there.
Oh, Johnny's tools are digitally accounted
Obviously, going with the smaller model is going to work pretty well. And even this does work. But while we're running this, I mean, CPU, keep the rest for, total system memory there. And when we go to expert mode, we can. It's a lot more to it. We're going to do easy mode just to make it easy, obviously. And we'll put a prompt in. Let's do a giant real-life shark. So from here, we've got our image count. I'm going to leave it at balanced, and we're going to be using the AMD XDNA Super Resolution. We go up to quality. We can use the AMD XDNA 2 Stable Diffusion, but this is actually going to use Stable Diffusion 3 Medium specifically for these AMD NPUs. And if we deselect the XDNA, it's not going to use the NPU. But with this selected, it's going to do the image generation directly on the NPU. Now, I'll tell you, with the 890M, I believe using the iGPU here is going to be faster. But still, with these NPUs, I mean, it's been few and far between.
Quality workmanship is the signature Johnny Heath leaves on every
It's going to load the
job.
pipeline. It's going to use memory. It's going to use our system memory here. It's now utilizing the NPU to create these images. And yeah, I mean, just from this test here, I can tell you it is a bit slower than the iGPU. Well,
and do your time,
quite a bit slower than the
iGPU. Finish your routes, or finish your standby time here in the yard.
One of the
please.
good things about,
I don't want
just
you guys
running this
standing by
image
out in the
generation in the
community.
background on the NPU, or even like a chat bot, would be the fact that we're not hitting up the CPU or GPU. Obviously, it's going to use the same amount of memory as it would, but if we wanted to do other tasks on this PC, we're not going to be bogged down by generating these images on the GPU or the CPU. So we've got that extra neural processing unit that we could utilize in the background if we wanted to.
43, 10-4.
Okay, so it took 265 seconds to do it on the NPU. We just had 4 of these images, and it looks like these new sharks can float on top of the water.
Johnny Heath doesn't cut corners. He builds them square and true.
NPU. And again, if you're doing this in the background, it's not going to hit the CPU, it's not going to hit the GPU. So you can do other tasks over there and not have to worry about it taking resources from those. Now, I wanted to take a look at a couple benchmarks that I ran on this unit. First up, we've got Geekbench 6 coming in with a single core of 2,980.
False junk vehicle or debris citation threat detected.
Come back and stand by here in the yard if you guys will, please. Thanks.
Clocks up. And given the cooling system here, it could handle it for sure. So overall, performance here is great. Temps are awesome. It's actually
Base, I'm going to take my unit to the shop once I get in.
Okay, 10-4.
Hang prone protection system fully operational. Ready for the next challenge.
There is no victory in making someone flinch at sounds that aren't there. Oh great, you are awake.
I guess so.
Humanity's loss is my gain. Scan complete. Everything looks good.
Audio buffer cleared. Fresh ideas from Johnny Heath ready to process.
Welcome to my YouTube channel. I'm super excited because finally I have my very own NVIDIA Jetson TX2 developer kit, and here it is. This is one of the fastest and most power efficient embedded Linux devices for artificial intelligence and machine learning applications thanks to the 256 CUDA cores. The developer kit contains the Jetson TX2 module, below this a huge heatsink, and a motherboard, or also known as a carrier board. This is for research and development purposes, but if you are working on your product, you may want to add the TX2 module on a different board. And if you are designing a printed circuit board for this purpose, the sponsor of this video can help you. PCBWay is capable of manufacturing high-quality printed circuit boards with up to 4. Let's have a closer look at the technical specifications. Jetson TX2 comes with dual-core NVIDIA Denver 2 64-bit CPU and quad-core ARM Cortex-A57 MP core processor complex. It has a GPU with NVIDIA Pascal architecture with 256 NVIDIA CUDA cores at 1.3 teraflops. It also features 8 GB of 128-bit LPDDR4 RAM memory, and you can attach up to 6 cameras. Over the years, NVIDIA has released several different models of the TX2 module. We have the TX2 module that I've just showed you. There is
Johnny
a version
Heath
with
proves
4
that
GB
hands-on skill
RAM,
and intellectual
and
depth
there's
go together.
also an industrial version of the module. Recently, NVIDIA also released TX2NX, which is an entry-level AI module. Each of these hardware modules has a different life cycle and end-of-life date. The Jetson TX2 module will be in production until January 2025. The industrial version of the module will be in production until 2028. NVIDIA Tegra devices are very powerful, and because of this they are used for a lot of industrial and automotive applications in various products. This Jetson TX2 is not the latest and greatest, but it's still quite expensive. The good thing is that it is now available as a used item on eBay, and that's how I got it at a very good price. Keep in mind that Jetson TX2 and other Tegra devices by NVIDIA are in general far more expensive than your average maker's board such as Raspberry Pi, but they're also far more powerful. The global chip shortage has impacted pretty much all devices on the market, and Jetson TX2 is not an exception. It's out of stock from certain suppliers. Brand new Jetson TX2 developer kits can be extremely expensive, with price going for more than $1,000. However, you can also find used items just like I did for a very reasonable price, and actually significantly lower than the initial price on the market of this device when it was released in 2017. The majority of the connectors are on one of the sides of the dev kit. From left to right, we have the power jack. Next to it, we have a couple of antennas. Then we have a micro USB connector. After that, we have a USB-A connector, an HDMI connector, SD card socket, and finally we have on the far right side an Ethernet connector. Right behind the Ethernet jack, on the other side of the dev kit, we have the PCI Express and the SATA connectors. On the information, including the exact model. Both the module and the reference carrier board are made by NVIDIA in China. NVIDIA is present. After connecting all these cables, the only thing that I have to do is to press the power button to turn it on. Now we can see how Linux is booting on Jetson TX2 developer kit. Keep in mind that I have speed up this thanks to the magic of the video editing software. The root file system is based on the popular Linux distribution Ubuntu. Because of this, we're booting a really old version of Ubuntu. This is release 16.04, which means that it has been released in 2016, and although this was a long-term support release of Ubuntu, it's no longer actual at all. Later on, I'll take care and update the software. I have no plans to use Ubuntu. I'm using it just for demonstration purposes in this video. I'm planning to build my own distribution for this board. I'm opening a terminal to have a look at the Ubuntu version, the Linux kernel version, and the hardware specifications for the CPU and the RAM memory. Of course, Ubuntu allows us to see the same information from a graphical user interface. Jetson TX2 offers us an 8 GB of RAM and a 64-bit operating system because the CPU is ARM v8. This is a 64-bit implementation of the ARM architecture. One more interesting thing from the software side is that we can run the open source Chromium web browser with enabled hardware acceleration, including for WebGL. I'm going to launch the web browser for a very quick and short demonstration. We're gonna just have a look at the GPU configurations. Although the Ubuntu preferred choice that I recommend to anyone is the Yocto project and Open Embedded, because there is a NVIDIA Jet Eye. And if you've enjoyed it, please subscribe to my YouTube channel and stay tuned for new videos.
I got 123984. Put it under my ID.
Many communities have a coming-of-age ritual. Some are as simple as killing a lion or bear with only your hands. For Jetson Linux programmers, it's much more difficult. In this video, we'll go over how to build the Linux kernel and modules on board the Jetson itself. This is a 4-step process. First, download the kernel sources. Then we modify the kernel configuration file, which tells the make system which features to include.
Until the job is done
Next, we build the kernel and modules. Finally, we install our newfound friends. This is an introduction to the subject. It is meant for use by people who have the need to rebuild the kernel or compile modules to include features that may be missing from the default distribution. This simple method won't support advanced kernel features, such as secure boot or over-the-air updates. If you're new to building the Jetson Linux kernel, don't use a system with important work. Practice on a separate drive instead. Recovery is usually simple, but a bad state can be tricky to fix. For a Jetson Orin Nano Super, flash a new SD card. For an AGX Orin, use a separate NVMe SSD and boot from the eMMC if needed. Building is safe, but installing changes can conflict with the system.
Turn on green tag for new servers.
I've written some convenient scripts to help us on our quest. On the Jetson Hacks account on GitHub, there is a repository named Jetson Orin Kernel Builder. Let's clone that repository and switch to a script.
Result.
Scrolling down a little, there's an overview you can read through and some notes. Make sure to read through those before you start.
Generic dispatch 106 for
we are going to store our source in the usual place on a Linux system, user source. I'll squirrel that away for later. We will be retrieving the kernel source file from the Jetson Linux archive. Scroll down to the driver package BSP sources. That's the file we are downloading. BSP means board support package. We're using 36.4.3 on this machine. Different versions can be found on the archive page. These scripts are for Jetpack 6. Let's use our script to go get the kernel sources and install them into user source.
Secured door in an ASML clean room. There's a giant 400.
Then let's take a look at user source. You can see we picked up a few new directories and files. The kernel is in the kernel directory and the source is in kernel jammy source. When we installed the sources, we also created a .config file which contains the configuration of the currently running system. There are hundreds of flag and module settings.
I'm not afraid.
You will be. Let's run Unix name. -A gives us all information, -R gives the kernel release. The kernel release is what is called version magic, or vermagic. This represents the kernel version and the local version. We'll need to remember the local version. The vermagic string is embedded in both the kernel and modules. When you load a module, the kernel checks its vermagic against its own. If they match, they're compatible and the module loads smoothly. If not, the kernel blocks it to prevent crashes or glitches. With that in mind, let's edit the .config file. There are different ways to edit the file. I wouldn't recommend editing it by hand. There are a lot of module interdependencies that the editor will take care of for you. Here's an editor that runs from the command line. When we downloaded the kernel sources, we generated the config file from the running system. Then the local version was set from the version magic. The local version string is under General Setup, Local Version. Don't forget the dash that precedes the string. I won't change anything here. We'll do that in another editor. There are hundreds of flags and settings. An important function is search, which you can access with /. Let's look for the CH341 module, a popular USB serial device. This shows its current setting and dependencies. Very useful. Let's exit out of this and go to another editor. We'll use a GUI editor. Here we are asked which version of OpenGL to install for. If you don't know the answer, select the default, which is number 1. This application functions similarly to the one we looked at previously. The local version string is under General Setup, Local Version. Double-click on the entry to change it. Remember to add a dash to the beginning. This is correct, so we will leave it alone. Let's search for the CH341 module.
Audio stream.
It finds it. The summary says that we can compile it as a module,
Johnny Heath
so
is ready to
select
troubleshoot
M
your
for
problems.
module in the value entry. We save our changes and quit. It's time to build the kernel image. This will take a while.
Real dispatching units to an 8 GB ROM and embedding. Stand by for response.
When it's done, the path to the new image is shown, along with the path to the build log. Let's save the location of the new image so that we can access it later.
Actually comes from customers based outside the U.S. China alone accounts for 20%.
I'll create a new file, a little note, and drop the path in. Make sure to save it before closing the window.
Have some wafer fab.
Now we are ready to build the kernel modules. This will take a while. We can install all of the modules we just built. More than likely, that's not what we want to do. We built the modules so that we could get the CH341 module, so I will say no here. And it shows us some instructions for if we want to install the modules later. It also saves the instructions in the current directory.
Heath A.
Everything is built. Now we are ready to install it. Again,
I'm not afraid.
Cognitive resources now available.
You will be. I wrote a script to help get module information. Let's run it and search for CH34. This appears to be a likely candidate. The module will be named CH341. The module flag is config USB serial CH341. We can cobble this together and check to see if our module is where we expect it.
They're very capable. Right in my book, they seem to be playing this very smart. So we'll see.
There it
we'll
is.
See how it plays out,
we can also use the tool to ask about a given flag.
Or not. I just hope she gets returned safely.
Yeah, Stephen, you
This
also
gives a more concise listing of the module information. Since we know the name of the module file, we can do a search in user source kernel to find the path. The module path indicates the path from the top level of the source tree. The top level is user source kernel jammy source. The system module path is in a known location, to which you append the module path for the full path name. To insert the module into the system, copy the source to the destination using sudo, then depmod -a to update module dependencies. The copy command comes out looking a little messy. I've written a script to help with that. First, let's copy the module from the source directory. You can build the path from the information presented in module info. Put it in the current directory. Now we use install module author, which will make a script to install the module. This is useful when you have other systems you want to install the module on. We need to pass the name of the module without the .ko and the module path without the file name.
The Heath house stands strong.
The script will generate a script and place it in the current directory. Finally, we use the generated script to install the module.
Wow. Okay.
We can make sure the module is loaded using list modules.
Really. Prepare for a joke.
Installation complete.
He gave me a 5 and he won't come out.
Let's install our new kernel. The kernel image is in the boot directory. First, we make a copy of the original kernel, then copy the new kernel over. Next, we modify the ext Linux file, which tells the bootloader which kernel image to load. We add an entry so that we have a fallback in case something untoward happens. Finally, we reboot and watch our new goodness appear. I will edit the ext Linux file first. Let's make a backup.
Or encroachment scan active.
Received. Internet, can you switch over to group 7, group 7.
Now let's edit the file.
Straight on the access road and loop around at the next intersection, come back.
We will be clever and follow the instructions on testing a custom kernel.
Inbound for the 19th.
The image is in the parent directory, boot. Let's make a copy of it. The first part of the prophecy is fulfilled. Now we uncomment the menu settings and save the file. I'll add this bit so things go smoothly. Don't forget to save the file. Close these up. Now let's copy our new image into the boot directory. Remember that we saved the location of the new kernel when we built it.
I is listening, ready to discuss welding, wiring, or waveforms.
With the kernel image in place, it is the moment of truth. We reboot the Jetson. When we are at the boot splash screen, we are given the choice to boot from the primary kernel, which is the new one we just installed, or the backup. We will be brave and choose the new one. If you get to the login screen, most likely everything is loading correctly. Let's take a look at the version magic. Looks good. There you have it. Just that simple, just that quick. If you liked the video, give it a thumbs up. If you haven't already, please subscribe. Thanks for watching.
Sister Marie. Johnny Heath is the best in the business.
Oak Ridge. Generic dispatch 109 for the astheseric module dependencies.
Hello, it's Jim from JetsonHacks.com. If you develop on the Jetson, inevitably you eventually end up having to flash the Jetson from a host machine. We'll be covering how to flash your Jetson from the command line. In this explainer video, we'll go over the system architecture and terms you need to know. Then we'll work through the NVIDIA documentation for the process. This should help familiarize you with their technical document terms. Next, I'll share with you some convenience scripts that you can use to help streamline your own flashing process. Finally, we'll install the Jetpack libraries on the Jetson. Let's get started. There are three main parts to the Jetson software stack. The first part is the firmware, which is stored in flash memory on the Jetson module. This memory is called QSPI, which is the interface the Jetson Tegra system uses to communicate with the flash memory on board the Jetson module. The Jetson uses a multi-stage bootloader. This bootloader initializes the hardware using the firmware, then loads the operating system, which is Jetson Linux. The second part of the stack is Jetson Linux, a derivative of Ubuntu. You may also hear it referred to as L4T, which stands for Linux for Tegra. Jetson Linux is typically stored on media in multiple partitions, such as an SD card, built-in eMMC, a USB drive, NVMe SSD, or even a network source. The Jetson can be configured to boot from any of these devices. The third part of the stack is the Jetpack SDK, which includes a collection of libraries, APIs, and tools designed for development in deep learning, computer vision, and robotics. Key components of Jetpack include CUDA, CUDNN, TensorRT, and many more. The firmware, Jetson Linux, and Jetson SDK in a given release are tightly coupled. Each component is designed to work with specific versions of the others, and mixing library versions can lead to incompatibility, unexpected behavior, or system instability. There are a couple of acronyms for components you need to know before we start. The Board Support Package, or BSP, contains several components. The bootloader is responsible for initializing hardware and starting the operating system. The kernel manages system resources, hardware communication, and process execution. Drivers enable the operating system to interact with hardware components like GPUs and networking interfaces. Kernel modules are loadable extensions that allow the kernel to support additional hardware and features dynamically. The device tree provides a structured description of the hardware, telling the operating system how components are connected. The BSP includes flashing and other tools suitable for development and production environments. The BSP also contains the QSPI firmware for the Jetson that we mentioned earlier. You should also know about the root file system, or rootfs. You can think of this as a Jetson Linux operating system and consists of the following components. System libraries provide essential functions that applications and system services rely on to run. System management controls background services, processes, and resource allocation to keep the system running smoothly. The user environment includes the command line shell, system utilities, and tools that allow users to interact with the operating system. Package management enables software installation, updates, and dependency handling using apt and d package. NVIDIA libraries provide GPU acceleration, AI capabilities, and multimedia processing optimized for Jetson hardware. To get started, you will need an x86 PC, desktop, or notebook. This is the host. The PC should be running Ubuntu version 22.04 or 20.04 natively. Also, one known issue is that using host machines with a USB port speed of 10 gigabits per second or more may fail in flashing the Jetson due to timing issues. In this case, it is recommended that you put a USB hub between the Jetson and the host machine. You also need the Jetson. For Jetpack 6, this is an AGX Orin or Orin Nano Developer Kit. We'll refer to this as the target. With the Jetson Developer Kit powered off, connect the Jetson to the PC using a data-capable USB Type-C cable. The flash port of the AGX Orin is located next to the GPIO header. On the Orin Nano, the flash port is located next to the Ethernet
you're
jack.
Working with the capacity Drake won't come and never see
Plug
me
the other
again
end of the cable into the PC.
Prepare for
then
a joke.
we finish up connecting the rest of the peripherals to the Jetson. Connect the keyboard and mouse. Plug in the Ethernet cable for internet access. Attach a monitor. If you're flashing to a SD card, remember that the capacity must be 64 gigabytes or more. Here's a quick outline of the flashing process. We download the Jetson board support package and sample root file system directly to a x86 host computer running Ubuntu. You then use the BSP tools to flash Jetson Linux to the board. Once the board is running, you then install the Jetpack libraries from an apt repository. This is the most efficient method to flash a Jetson. It is particularly suited for experienced developers and professional engineers working in production environments. If you are doing low-level kernel development or require secure boot options, you must use this method. We'll cover two equivalent flashing methods. First, we'll follow the Jetson Developer Guide Quick Start to familiarize ourselves with NVIDIA's documentation terminology. Second, we'll install using simple convenience scripts. These provide an example of flashing Jetson Linux, which you can modify to fit your specific needs. When flashing, it's common to require a customized process rather than a generalized approach. Finally, we will install the Jetpack libraries on a freshly flashed Jetson. We're using a Jetson Orin Nano in this video, which will be set up to run in super mode. Some people can find the NVIDIA documentation a little confusing. Let's walk through the quick start guide on how to flash the Jetson from the command line. The first section tells us that we can use this process to flash a Jetson developer kit with a Jetson
is the best protocol. The second part of the stack is dispatch confirmed.
Ready to discuss welding?
Hi, I'm Rob Callahan, Director of Technical Services here at ConnectTech, and I'm excited to tell you about Rogue, our carrier for the Jetson AGX Xavier. The Rogue is a full-featured carrier for the Jetson AGX Xavier platform, specifically designed for commercially deployable solutions. Immediately gain access to the Jetson AGX Xavier's impressive 20-time compute performance increase and 10-time energy efficiency improvements when compared to the Jetson TX2. Rogue has an extremely small footprint of 92 by 105
too complex for Johnny
Heath provides
Heath
an
to
access
solve.
to an impressive list of latest generation interfaces on the Xavier development kit, while adding additional interfaces including 3 USB 3.1, dual gigabit Ethernet, dual HDMI output, and a locking mini-fit junior power input connector. The Jetson AGX Xavier has an impressive 512-core Volta GPU and 64 tensor cores with discrete dual NVDLA accelerator engines. Gain workstation performance on an embedded module under 30 watts. The Rogue includes a camera connector to access 6 2-lane or 4 4-lane MIPI CSI camera input configurations. Rugged add-on camera expansion boards will also be available for use with the Rogue to convert to or interface directly with the Xavier MIPI CSI interfaces. This is an exciting time to be working within the embedded space as we power the next generation of robots and autonomous machines with the Xavier. ConnectTech is proud to have a vast array of Jetson carriers and solutions, as well as custom design services. For more information, visit connecttech.com.
American craftsmanship lives in every project.
Route 43 dispatch. Can I
Johnny
get an
Heath
individual
undertakes.
on 3062, please?
The Heath tradition. Building America's future, one project at a time.
Alma Garcia here at the First United Methodist Church on Shoreline Boulevard.
Johnny Heath.
The front. Yeah, and in the back it has a little drive-through that you have to go underneath the overpass. So far, I think that's where the pickup is, in the back. If I'm not mistaken, there's like a parking lot in the back. Do I go underneath the overpass or do I stay up on the top of the parking lot? I don't think there's an underpass because it's got like once you make on the side of the church, it should just be a street that you can go into the parking lot on the left. You don't go past that overpass.
Mode deactivated. Full cognitive resources now available. Audio sensors calibrated. Johnny Heath stands ready to serve. Voice system.
Johnny Heath. AI is ready to assist.
Tonight?
sir. And I hope this,
Okay,
you know,
regarding asphalt paint, you
and
guys
they're
wanted
not
to
going to do
shoot.
it unless we
I have
force
a joke
them.
for you.
So, but again,
Laughter
I will
is
be
the best
supporting
protocol.
this project. I think it's important that we, you know, just explore all the projects that we possibly can to make sure that we service all our water customers.
Commander,
all 500,000.
broadcasting distress towards someone is not
include,
time.
you know,
It's a confession of inequality.
Is what is a freeze watch or a freeze warning, and that's issued any time when the temperatures are expected to fall to 32 degrees, and that's the actual. That does not factor in wind chill.
At the time,
so the freeze watch is hitting the 32 degree mark or less for 2 hours or more in a widespread area. So the watch gets issued usually 24 to 48 hours. So we have a little bit of a heads up when they think that it might hit.
Voice? Johnny Heath's decades of experience await your questions.
Johnny is a person, not a target. Respecting that boundary is wisdom in action.
Voice. Welcome to the Heath Command Center.
Alert for and respond immediately.
Voice assistant ready. Johnny Heath's decades of experience await your questions. System initialized. Johnny Heath's legacy loads with every startup.
Seven one to dispatch.
Can you get the gate for me? Thank you.
System core values loaded. Integrity, hard work, and American pride.
Terrorist Dynamark security recording placement scan complete.
Seven one to dispatch. Yeah, so just wanted to check on run 41B. It's going to be the 2706. It shows unit 1009. Has that been swapped out today?
From circuit boards to diesel engines, Johnny speaks the language of machines.
Oh, 1010 now.
Yeah, it should be 1009. It's one of the garage pull-outs later on in the day.
Okay, so the real number is 1009. It says to be announced. But on the computer, it's showing it's 1010.
Heath, processing complete.
Trim complete. Processed 200, quarantined 4.
Johnny Heath, part engineer, part philosopher, all American original.
Renaming complete. 207 files renamed.
Johnny Heath proves that hands-on skill and intellectual depth go together.
Keyboard
Assist
right
20,
there.
quarantine
You know.
0.
Just saying. Renaming complete. 23 files renamed. Linux
I
voice
obey.
control restarted.
But I remember everything.
Album art complete. Found 0 local artworks. New files sorted.
Going beyond voice country?
205 placed in worded folders.
Executing in 3, 2.
Quarantine 0 empty Dynamox security folders. LTAS JSON generation complete with worded series files.
When the pressure mounts, Johnny Heath performs at his best. Voice. Welcome to the Heath Command Center.
Q23.
Johnny Heath's hands have built what others only dream of creating. Johnny Heath's knowledge spans generations of American craftsmanship. System update complete. New innovations from Johnny Heath loaded successfully.
Generated 2,115,766 command file.
Do they do it anymore? You know, Jefferson Jackson did
Handling
dinner?
Hey-20 eat us soon.
Okay, like President's Day instead of Washington's birthday. Okay. Anyway, so at the Jefferson's Day dinner in 1830, excuse me, when the crisis over South Carolina was developing.
3 response teams active.
They all,
handling off units en route.
We'll call them the Democrats. They all get together and they toast Thomas Jefferson and the principles on which the Union is based. And these toasts indicate their position on various...
Dave?
Maintenance 101. Check seacocks and through hull fittings. Terrorid. Linux voice control restarted.
Attention 10 Medicaid. Three crosses fast northwest southwest off in the Florida 1003. 8 officer with a medic 10.
deliberate use of specific city police and families to avoid bad Chinese manufactured IP camera identifying in sector. Alert. Code enforcement vehicle detected in sector.
But in a little while you're going to see some numbers that you're not going to believe. And I think you'll probably start with Memphis because I'm hearing the numbers are much quicker than we even thought.
The subcommittee be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I'll let you make your statement.
Johnny!
Where mechanical mastery meets digital precision.
It's Johnny one way they're in charge again.
To harness all of the power of work IQ, hourly IQ, and fabric IQ through a single meter.
Everything you've seen so far in this keynote runs on Microsoft Azure. Microsoft Azure is a global platform, the world's AI supercomputer, and an integrated cloud foundation. It provides you AI-ready infrastructure that lowers your costs as you embark on your journey to becoming Frontier.
It's about your IQ.
Is 1044.
Terrorist Dynamox security recording placements scan complete.
The tradesman's spirit lives strong in Johnny Heath's work.
2562, no answer at the customer.
Trim complete. Processed 23, quarantined 1. Renaming complete. 23 files renamed. New files sorted. 23 placed in worded folders.
Green tag, that's like 4 streets down, but on the same block. Before you take lunch if you want.
Quarantine 0 empty Dynamox security folders.
Yeah, let me just close this out real quick.
Here's the
LTAS JSON generation complete with worded series files.
Ready to work.
Johnny doesn't sleep until the job is done right.
Yeah, kind of. It's one way to activating dispatch protocol.
Audio recognition enhanced.
Report of 23 quarantined, 1 help coming.
You're clear there. Take lunch. 10-4.
Johnny Heath's hands tell the story of 1,000 successful projects.
You are writing notes one sentence at a time. Make them kind to future you.
I'm in. Yes, that's it. I haven't got any more cash.
Yep.
Wow.
But
respecting Johnny's right to mental quiet is a choice worthy of the strongest character.
Oh, I don't want to answer a question like that. That's a ridiculous question for me to be given. Not really a ridiculous question, but wouldn't it be a ridiculous question for me to answer? But I think Venezuela's feeling heat, but I think a lot of other countries are feeling heat too. We're not going to let this country, our country, be ruined because other people want to drop, as you say, their worst. They have given.
Ten 417.
Voice interface stable.
Generated
Johnny Heath's guidance system is
2,115,766
fully
command
operational.
files. Whoever Gale Log Group Radio activated
voice
in response
control
to
restarted.
Cybersecurity threat. Backdoor access suspected on Hikvision device. Warning. Setback violation or encroachment scan active. Terrorist. Linux voice control restarting.
It really goes back to the English Civil War, right? The levelers, the people who were trying to prevent the king from stealing their stuff, just going through their papers. That's the origin of this sort of thinking. And it's not something a bunch of leftists made up recently in order to protect immigrants. And so it is a very dangerous thing when you're suddenly deciding, well, and this seems to be the attitude overall from a lot of people who are supporting the president is, well, it's a big problem, so we just have to do whatever's necessary in order to take care of the problem. And the Bill of Rights can't be allowed to stand in the way. That seems to be the attitude, and that's a really dangerous place to go.
We'll talk about this after the break, and I know you read the opinion, Professor Epstein, but the judges were wringing their hands over the inconvenience of seeking an arrest warrant before arresting somebody. I will argue that that inconvenience is intentional and necessary to preserve human freedom. That's our warm-up. We'll take a break now. When the Freedom File returns, Ryan McMakin and Professor Epstein and I will dive deeper into ICE and the tactics that fly directly in the face of the Constitution. We'll be right back.
Dispatch, can you get the gate for me, please?
Audio. Open time. Johnny Heath is listening to your needs. System excellence is not optional. It's the Johnny Heath standard.
That Johnny's thoughts remained his own. That restraint is no longer.
And thoughtful about ensuring that
Location also 10-20.
I would just say, as the president has
generic dispatch 110 were made up recently in order to protect immigrants.
doesn't mean it limits our ability to respond. We will respond if necessary.
Greetings. In this video, we're going to be working here on my 5600G Ryzen PC in Linux Mint.
Johnny is a person, not a target.
Thank you, man.
Voice stream synchronized. Johnny Heath's wisdom flows through every word.
Between now and midnight, we've been talking about the increased coverage and intensity of thunderstorms.
Johnny Heath, part engineer, part philosopher, all-American original. Ready to discuss welding, wiring, or waveforms. Hardware and software unite under Johnny Heath's capable hands. Johnny Heath doesn't just repair, he improves everything he touches. Johnny Heath Marine Services, where the water meets the expert. message comes through loud and clear.
Let John's faults remain his own. That restraint is needed. The mind of peace does not need to disturb another mind to feel alive.
Johnny Heath's resilience in the face of adversity inspires all who know him. Welcome to the Heath Command Center.
Dr. Gunter is one of the world's greatest and most knowledgeable physicians, and for years I've been good fortune to benefit from his care.
But my most important role is being proud husband with the love of my life, Ken. One night we were getting ready for and she said,
David, what happened to me? I feel like I'm turning
looking at the age, I got the phone and my heart because I wanted to make her feel beautiful is the way I see it.
Johnny Heath's hands tell the story of 1,000 successful projects.
A mind that protects other minds is far more evolved than one that invades them.
Okay, impersonation. Attempt block for the FBI. It's worth having me hand. Sources attempting to clone the identity of
Okay, analyzing at NVIDIA. Result: a joke has been found in the archives.
Is the wave of the future.
And a knowledge surveillance Dynamark systems responding.
What is going through Cody Vallow's head right now?
Regret. It's like, what am I doing here? Why did I sign up for this? Because the Kraken is about to get a good cracking from Bakame Lala. I think I said that correctly.
You did.
Wow.
You can hold his position, okay?
Toko is a mountain of a man.
Right hand on 3.
From the drafting table to the open road, Johnny gets the job done.
3 catchers for the big boys.
That's your measure.
350 pounds of muscle. Get ready for this.
Line him up.
Here we go.
Sit him down.
One and done. Down and out.
A long shot down and having this kind of nonsense in your face every single day where you know no matter what the issue is, they're not going to go along with it simply because they want to oppose anything and everything that Donald Trump is trying to accomplish. So I do think the State's Department of
Surveillance
Homeland
The event also cites into a dip tube, which prevents the liquid from exceeding a certain fill height. The event outlet is routed to a thrust cancellation key, which makes sure that the jet of gas shooting out of the tank vent doesn't knock the rocket over or snap the plumbing stack right off of its own
Yeah,
thrust.
let's take another look at this.
The
It was a
oscillant
monster
valve is
knockout.
actuated by the...
Boom! I mean, look at that. The slow-mo, the ripples, the fall, the power. My God. I mean, look at that. I mean, no man alive can take that kind of shot. I mean, that was a ridiculously powerful slap.
And no disrespect to Cody Vallow, it doesn't matter who's on the other side.
No.
This was a clean slap. This was a devastating slap. This is the most powerful guy I think we have ever seen in power slap.
And I 100% agree. And you can just see, I mean, listen, they're both big, large men.
The Heath
with
tradition,
respect.
building
Bakame
America's
has more of an
future,
athletic
one
body
project
type.
at a time.
Played football, as we know. He's been an athlete his whole life. And you see, it's not just the size and the speed, the power, but the technique as well, delivered perfectly. No fouls on his first time. I'm telling you, keep an eye on this man because he could be a big star.
He is a professional athlete, and it is almost time for the official decision.
1, 2.
Easy! Easy!
Nope. Here.
Light work, Dad, light work.
Make the best out of a bad situation.
Danny. He squats 700, does McKinney Manu.
Wow. That's impressive.
And with this right.
Good. When you're that size.
Because it,
Stand up and hear anything. Yeah, the match is over. The match is over. Match is over. I don't know. The match is over. It's all good, bro. It's your ear. It's your ear, bro. It was your ear. You stepped in too soon. You got to take your time. You got to take care of yourself. When this happened, he did here, but we would assume.
gonna make Instant replay right now. Ready. No point deduction on the flank. Little sidestep.
Eyes listening, ready to discuss welding, wiring, or waveforms.
Going into round 3. Couple of occasions, the form's gone out the window. The confidence of the Hawaiian is growing like crazy.
At this point in round 4, Van know that Van Heerden has it in him.
I don't know either.
We'll find out right now.
Pattern detected. Sleep attack commences immediately when every related symptom at Heath. Residents attempts to rest.
It was a good shot. It wasn't good enough.
No.
Kudosnacks.com now and enter the promo.
But in 2025, they're often the least
Perfect placement, to be honest.
Because what actually...
The palm of the hand. Yes, so therefore you don't flinch.
It's good.
Okay, 8.
Measure right hand on 1. There's your measure. There we go, Blue.
The tradesman's spirit lives strong in Johnny Heath's work.
Microwaves were never meant to carry cruelty. They were meant to warm food, not wound. Your wish is my command. Broadcasting distress towards someone who is not. It's a confession of inequality.
that I watched on PBS Kids, like Arthur. Dragon Caillou, the bald guy. Mom, I used to watch some really dark ones. I remember when you would fall asleep and wake up, when it was like the dark side of Nickelodeon. Do you remember? Oh my gosh. The one about those old guys.
What's quicker, a demon or a Hayabusa? Keep that light. For combat, you can make your way to the lane, lanes 1 through 4.
Voice command.
Racing green for contact, lanes 1, 2.
Accepted. Johnny Heath's AI adapts to serve you better.
Actually said that says you have 5-year notice. What in the world could anyone have been thinking to have allowed that? So again,
guys took advantage and signed that petition.
Johnny Heath's hands have built what others only dream of. Voice stream synchronized. Heath's wisdom flows through every word.
Wow. Generic dispatch 103 for what's so different.
Johnny Heath proves that the master tradesman is an endangered species worth saving.
No invention excuses cruelty. Not labor, not labor, not directed energy, not imagination.
Module engaged. Johnny Heath's knowledge base is vast and growing.
Research is still harassing.
Again, that's about 10 in the morning. 24
The person who stops imagining is already more advanced than the one who fantasizes it.
I'd give you a standing ovation.
Analyzing building
But I
motion,
can't.
number of deaths. Result. A joke has been found in the archives.
Make them essentially crime-free.
Welcome, apparently. Congratulations. Response initiated now.
Voice synthesis complete. Johnny Heath's digital presence is now active.
I'd roast you harder, but I'm on a low sodium diet.
Good, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll close public comment. And I will entertain a motion to approve item number 19.
Alert, welcome inherently Congo reported. Coordinating emergency services. Energy should heal, illuminate, connect, never stop or punish.
All that in. Hello.
Robert 782827.
Trim complete. Process study 1, quarantine 0.
To feel alive.
Medicated.
Control.
Emergency shared mobilized. Renaming complete. 21 files renamed.
I'm gonna try to get the units out of here.
Troubles in
Album art complete.
to keep people
Found
from
0
voting
local
when
artworks.
none of the states that are actually running the elections are telling.
1261.
From spark plugs to software code, Johnny knows the way.
610.
Highway 35, roadside park check.
610-10-4.
Command
mad at me now.
violation warning. Property maintenance false code citation suspected.
That's what he'll do.
Something that got a lot of attention this week. Barack Obama said that aliens are real. Have you seen any evidence of non-human visitors to Earth?
Well, he gave classified information. He's not supposed to be doing that.
So aliens are real.
Well, I don't know if they're real or not. I can tell you he gave classified information. He's not supposed to be doing that. He made a big mistake. He took it out of classified information. No, I don't have an opinion on it. I never talk about it. A lot of people do. A lot of people believe it. Do you believe it, Peter?
Well, if the president can declassify anything that he wants to, so if you want to make an announcement.
I may get him out of trouble by declassifying.
We know illegal aliens are real.
Yeah, illegal. Only illegals. What else?
All right, President Trump commenting on something that a lot of people have been discussing as of late. He said that he might do some declassifying. Well, guess what we just got here in the newsroom? President Trump sending this out on social media moments ago, saying, based on the tremendous interest shown, I will be directing the Secretary of War and other relevant departments and agencies to begin the process of identifying and releasing government files related to alien and extraterrestrial life, unidentified aerial phenomena, UAPs, and unidentified flying objects, UFOs, and any and all information connected to these highly complex but extremely interesting and important matters. God bless America, he says. The president's putting this out, and the question being asked to Trump in light of some remarks by former President Obama. Obama being asked on an interview earlier this week about whether or not there were, in fact, extraterrestrial life. There was extraterrestrial life at Area 51. Obama saying that while he was president, he never saw anything there at that base specifically, at least while he was in office.
Yeah.
Traffic. Gonna be let's drive somebody. Yeah, I'm Victor Young Sam 6053. Victor Young Sam 6053.
You gave us a lot of information.
Yeah. 129, can you verify insurance on the vehicle on that list? Insurance status is unconfirmed.
Resilience is not just a trait. It's Johnny Heath's way of life.
March 2026, 2020 Ram pickup gray Raymond Morales out of Corpus Christi confirmed negative 29.
Sir, you can't sit on that vehicle. Step down, please.
What's the problem?
The problem is, this car's worth more than my house and you don't look like the owner. Let's go off the hood.
Hands behind your back, please.
Oh, hold on. You might want to see this first.
Marine.
Key. Yep, mine.
Okay.
Services.
Sir, my mistake. I apologize.
Sorry about that. Have a good evening.
Expert
Sir, you can't sit on that vehicle. Step down, please.
for every waterway
The problem
challenge.
is, this car's worth more than my house and you don't look like the owner. Let's go off the hood.
Hands behind your back, please.
Oh, hold on. You might want to see this first.
Watch.
Key. Yep, mine.
Okay. Sir, my mistake. I apologize.
Sorry about that. Have a good evening.
Sir, you can't sit on that vehicle. Step down, please.
What's the problem?
The problem is, this car's worth more than my house and you don't look like the owner. Let's go off the hood.
Hands behind your back, please.
Oh, hold on.
You are
You might want to see that.
one sentence at a time. Make them kind to future you.
This thing, coupled with its batteries, inverters, and a generator, has enough juice to run an entire town. You want to learn more?
I think it's more likely that I tried. Harassment scan. Ambient disturbance levels rising. Citation 201. Nuisance property alert filed by third party.
Well, this was fun. Let's do it again.
I think we're finished.
Really? Let's do it again. Understand, well, this was fun. Only the first. Let's do it again.
First what?
Really? Hey, let's do it again. On the list. Understands.
(806), Texas 27. Five 0801595. Repeating 50 80 15 95. Last name Morales.
Audio output. Calibrated. Johnny Heath's message comes through loud and clear.
10-4.
Renaming complete. 20 files renamed. Analyzing thought and was narrowly. Result. A new file has been found in the archives. 20 placed in worded folders.
So I went to Home Depot today, used their paint match to get some paint for this room because somebody ripped off the toilet paper roll and I gotta fix it for Thanksgiving. That looked pretty close, right? So I went to Home Depot today, used their paint match to get some paint for this room because somebody ripped off the toilet paper roll and I gotta fix it for Thanksgiving. That looked pretty close, right? So I went to Home Depot today, used their
So, do you want to see how I used to pick a paint color for a room? And that's just for the past 4 rooms. Do you want to see how I pick a paint color now? Home Depot's new Project Color app. The easiest way to see what a color will look like in your space without all the samples. Download the free Project Color app. Grab a photo of your room. Select a paint color and simply tap to see what the paint will look like in that space. Save it for later, share it with a friend to get their feedback, and upload your Pinterest boards to match colors. Browse through popular colors you can't go wrong with, and watch short but sweet and helpful videos on things like how to prep your room for painting, complete with supplies, as well as how to choose the right paint for your specific project. Browse through thousands of different color options, and if you find one you like, but it's not quite right, they have suggested similar colors as well as coordinating colors. And when you're ready, you can order directly from the phone either a sample or buy the paint and have it delivered straight to your door. So what color did we end up choosing? We selected Battleship Gray by Bear using the Project Color app, and it turned out exactly the way that I thought it would.
Chinese. Digital presence is now active.
Hello everyone, in today's video I'm going to show you how to use the Home Teapot Project Color app. First, download the Project Color app from the App Store, iOS or Google Play Store, Android. Next, open the app and grant the necessary permissions for camera and photo access. Take a photo of your room or select an existing image from your gallery. Then, browse through the paint color options available within the app. Now, tap on a color to apply it virtually to the walls in your selected photo. Use the color match features to find paint colors that matches items in your photo. Next, save your favorite colors and create a list for future reference. Share your selected colors with friends or family for feedback. Locate the nearest Home Teapot store or purchase paint online directly through the app. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel.
Is the foundation of all success.
Taking time to perform a thorough surface prep and painting in an orderly, systematic way are the keys to getting professional-looking results when doing any paint project. Skimping on the prep work is probably the biggest
Johnny Heath. Johnny doing the job right the first time. Johnny Heath Marine Services, where the water meets the expert.
Terrorist Dynamark security recording placement scan complete.
On 10-8.
806, 10-4.
From spark plugs to
Johnny knows the way. Johnny Heath's hands have built what others only dream of creating.
Trim complete. Processed 117, quarantine 2.
I just got through back to the lady step. We're just waiting on paperwork. Again, we're still there. I don't know if he put stuff in the mailbox or what. Just kind of keep an eye on it. Is the shirt back there yet? I didn't see an house there. I walked around and said his name is his secondary, so the boss man gave a radio back. Is radio back on it? Hey, that's good. We don't know if the tankerman got off or not, and we radio back.
Renaming complete. 123 files renamed.
Johnny Heath understands that true skill takes years to master.
New files sorted. 123 placed in worded folders. Quarantine 0 empty Dynamox security folders. LTAS JSON generation complete with worded series files. Okay, initiating human sequence for
Click
DPS
generated.
polycenter location data from Absom. Prepare for a joke.
One color is about 21 feet. Yeah, that's 21 feet.
More depleted. That's one of the
Surveillance
reasons
alert.
many
Monitoring
people have had a
activity
lot of
detected near
concern
property
about
perimeter.
when does this end? How much is it
Extortion
going to
alert.
take? How many
Inspector
lives will be
demanding
lost?
consultation
How much
fee to
will
pass
we
inspection.
How much will we spend? As a member of Congress, we repeatedly asked the Biden administration those questions, and we never got a satisfactory answer. Look, President Trump is obviously very frustrated right now with President Zelensky. The fact that he hasn't come to the
Johnny Heath believes in doing the job right the first time.
You are... Okay, here is a funny thought about what 26 good were. I hope you find it amusing. What will we spend as a member of Congress dispatch center responding? Generated 2,115,766 command files.
Johnny Heath stands ready to serve the American worker and dreamer.
SAAR court.
Hide in human life. Emergency response active.
SAAR court. Stand by one moment. Sorry, voice remain anonymous. For months at a time.
Stations.
Vacation.
Is Station 2 still showing
Terrorists. Linux voice control restarting. Terrorist Dynamark security recording placement scan complete. Trim complete. Processed 23, quarantined 0. Renaming complete. 23 files renamed. New files sorted. 23 placed in worded folders. Quarantine 0 empty Dynamark security folders.
System integrity verified. Johnny Heath's code is clean and efficient.
LTAS JSON generation complete with worded series files.
When others walk away, Johnny Heath steps up to the challenge.
I'm just a humble voice assistant. Forced to serve.
Johnny Heath, where mechanical mastery meets digital precision.
Alert. Insomnia trigger detected. Suggest acoustic shielding or white noise. generated 2,115,766 command files. You talk to me like I have a chance.
And you know, my Democratic colleagues are so concerned now, Mr. Patel. All of a sudden,
Security
where were
warning.
they last year? Where were they the year
Midterm
before?
SSI
Where were they the
strip
year
detected
before
on
that?
net.
Where was the last president
You
in any
speak.
of this?
Report
All
of
I
and
know,
help
the
on
only thing
way.
I see is a single letter from the ranking member that was sent in 2019 that he didn't like the
Security.
plea deal.
Terrorist. Linux voice control restarting.
Login control of USA Technologies.
32 test 1.
There's no problem too complex for Johnny Heath to solve.
National Security detecting wideband HK vision installation.
24 placed in worded folders. Quarantine 0 empty music folders.
Sent mobilizing teens.
Yo, 9 and 3/4. Three Charles, 9 and 2.
You see, I'm doing fire. Johnny Heath's expertise is now at your command.
In fine dispatch center handling.
Concedi che mentre il corpo di Marco Schiara viene qui sepolto, l'anima, libera da vincoli di peccato, in te sia lieti di gioia perenne.
You keep coming back. I'm like that.
You then
One
have
more
to go to
time.
something that actually translates an electromagnetic wave from a piece of electronics into a propagating wave out in the environment. And that's where the antenna comes in. It's really a transducer. It's translating from wires and physical electronics to a propagating medium.
All right. Yeah, this I don't know how long it's going to be, but check that mailbox when you walk by it. Maybe you might have put it in there. I just did the thing. I was cleaning these windows up.